And hello again. Welcome back to part 5 of my Realm Reborn and MSQ progression. My name is Myrokos, and here we are continuing where we left off with needing to speak with Thancred regarding a primal threat, as well as needing to complete the level 25 job quest, the hidden chapter. I think for starters here, let's just click on this to speak with Thancred. Okay, ready to begin, are we? That's the spirit. So then, your mission is to investigate a crystal robbery and a spate of abductions. Crimes which we believe are to be connected. Assuming we are correct, it is like that any discoveries we make in relation to one will further our understanding of the other. Now, since the attack on the caravan, our friends at Magina and Sons Mineral Concern have doubled security over their shipments. In light of this, it is my judgment that the abductions should be our priority. According to our preliminary findings, the majority of the missing were last seen in the vicinity of Camp Drybone, so that would seem a fine place to begin. A fellow by the name of Eisenbard serves as the camp's de facto leader. Pay him a visit and see that he gives us his full cooperation. Alright, so... interesting staff. Or broken staff. Through this first mission, you will come to understand the nature of our struggle with the primals. The realm may appear well on its way to recovery, but reality paints a far bleaker picture. The truth is out there, Myrokos, and I would have you discover it for yourself. Okay. Is it just me, or is Minfilia hot? Okay. So, starting off with that, is there anything else over here? Is it the same as before? Same as before. Alright, so we need to go to Camp Drybone. By the way, if at any point my voiceover reading of the text seems to be giving you trouble, let me know so I can adjust whatever volume settings need to be done. And conveniently, we can also work on the job quest. If you seek the definitive work on Mormo, then seek no further. I have penned an in-depth analysis of a most cunning ritual, a method contrived by the mages of Eld to annihilate the soul of this especially potent void scent. When it comes to draining such a creature of its etheric energies, one must... but I have not the time to stand here explaining the intricacies of shaping arcane pottery. Here, take my chapter and read it at your leisure. Okay. You wish to learn of Mormo right this instant? But we've barely... How did you... Well, I suppose I could spare you a copy of my writings. I've already prepared several extra sets to share with potential publishers. I can well understand your curiosity. Mora is truly fascinating. Even among the oddities of the Voidsent, she is far too powerful to make use of the tiny holes that open between our realities, and thus must send across only her spirit to possess a corpse or some other suitable host. You'll find it all explained there in the second chapter. That explains the Void Sent possession issue. Not here. Yeah, this is the same building, just from the other entrance. Where? Ah, up there. Figure try to get progression in the job quest while I'm here. You're interested in reading our Book of Mormo? Of course, of course. It would be a pleasure to share our findings with a fellow student of the Voidsent. Here is the first chapter, my own humble contribution to our research. It tells the tale of how we became aware of the creature's existence and delves into the nature of the urn that imprisoned her fell power. Okay, deliver the Book of Mormo to Kafubuki at the Thaumaturges Guild. Okay, so I guess it's back to Ul'dah for the progression of the job quest. Do you have the 3 chapters of the Book of Mormo? Yes, I do. Book of Mormo, a scientific study of the characteristics of the Voidsent seductress known as Mormo. The histories unearthed in the ruins of Sildi depict the suffering wrought by a singularly powerful void scent, the cunning and terrible seductress known as Mormo. With genius born of desperation, the mages of the now fallen city fashioned an urn that would drain and imprison the etheric vitality of any creature that laid a hand or claw upon it. Mormo, believing she was receiving a gift of appeasement from the beleaguered citizens, found her very essence drawn forth and trapped within the ensorcelled pot. Over the course of several centuries, the captive etheric energy was intended to weaken and dissipate, allowing any surviving descendants to safely shatter the urn and thus destroy Mormo's enervated spirit. The pot's lid was never to be opened again. To do so would release the ravenous void scent, freeing her soul to enslave the nearest mortal vessel. As possession of this nature is irreversible, the only mercy afforded to such a host should be a swift and decisive demise. Eek. This explains Mormo's fixation on thaumaturgicide. Kakabusi's body provided little arcane sustenance for the weakened void scent, forcing her to prey upon richer sources of ether to restore her hideous power. This morsel of information may prove most vital. In fact, it may be the only glimmer of hope our poor sibling has. Pray, hand this work over to Kakabigo. I shall be along momentarily. This is a work devoted to studying that nasty void scent. I should hope it provides some hint of salvation. Maybe. Kokabuki. These passages hold naught but misery and despair. It seems we have little choice but to employ our traditional approach. Though fraught with danger, there is one solution that promises an alternative to killing Kokabusi. If we fail, however, it will likely mean death for us all. Who is this mad mage that poses as our eldest brother? What of avoiding the threats, of eliminating the risks? Is that not how we thaumaturges do battle? With each passing moment, Mormo draws closer to her full strength. It pains me to even suggest it, but we should strike now. Kokabuki, while the void scent is yet feeble. I share that selfsame sentiment. Sorrowful though it may be, we must slay our enslaved sibling, and soon. Listen, brothers, for my solution is thus. In return for releasing Kokabusi from Mormo's thrall, I will offer the void scent the chance to glut herself on my mana. Eh? You cannot. The succubus will drain you to a lifeless husk, and such a feast will awaken her terrible magics. The well of my power is vast. I wager Mormo's thirst will be slacked before my spirit fully runs dry, and the newly enslaved void scent, she will then face the combined wrath of Myrokos and 4 guild masters of thaumaturgy. How can we hope to prevail against this paragon of preternatural potency? We have always avoided adversaries against whom we held no advantage. The fault lies with me. ever have I encouraged such avoidance, and taught only the wisdom of certain victory. It is time we learned the courage to fight battles of unsure outcomes. And it is you, Myrokos, that I ask to instruct us. There is yet one chapter left in the Yawning Abyss, one that is customarily hidden from new members. Undertake the trial found within, and show my brothers what it means to be brave. How can you ask such a thing of poor Myrokos, when even his guild masters have yet to attempt that ghastly test? The arcane might you all possess is far greater than you believe. Myrokos, once you deem yourself prepared for the lesson of the true final chapter, meet us in the hallowed hall of Thal's Respite. Okay. Of course it's all the way over there. Well, I'm coming up on the site, but I have a feeling that I'm gonna have to go up against all of the guild masters. I just have a feeling. Yep. One moment, I gotta step away for a moment, I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Well, just talk to these people. Kind of busy. I always thought that the trial of the hidden chapter was to avoid taking the trial of the hidden chapter. Myrokos, why are you talking to me? You should. Oh, the trial has yet to begin. Of course, I knew that. There is still time to flee, you know. That's what I would do. Charming. Do you truly intend to undertake this torturous test? Are you not terrified? I regret having to drag you into our family's troubles, but I am confident that with the many and terrible trials you have bested already, you will prevail once more. The hidden chapter of the Yawning Abyss presents a trial that challenges the accumulated knowledge and skills of a single thaumaturge. You must employ all the tools at your disposal if you hope to seize victory this day. Let the trial commence. Meow. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. My cat just decided to, where are you? Why are you not paying attention? I gotta pay attention to the game, dear. We synced to level 29. Okay. I don't know what they were so worried about. Granted, I wasn't up against them, but still. I cannot stop shaking, but I think this may actually be excitement. Do you see now, my brothers? With the primal energies of thaumaturgy at your command, there is no threat which you cannot overcome. Perhaps there is a chance to save Kakabusi. I need to reconsider some of my strategies. It seems we have been wasting our potential. I would never have believed it possible for a mage to show such courage and live. What a wonder Myrokos was. I feel my fingers itching to fling fire with a fury. Imagine, my siblings, what towering enemies you might topple should you stand firm together. Thank you, Myrokos. Your inspiring display of magecraft has set the minds of my brothers reeling with new possibilities. Let us now return to the guild and discuss what is to come. And I could return now. Let's see what... Probably should return. Return, pick that piece of better gear, and then continue MSQ. And I know it's a little jarring that I sometimes divert to deal with a job quest and then continue MSQ, but this is part of what you gotta do with this game. You just gotta balance getting better with your levels, getting better abilities, and better gear. You can endure more difficult challenges. Technically, I think I'm over-leveled because I'm level 27, and a lot of this stuff is, granted the job quest is level 25. What a formidable team you all shall make. Kokobigo, Kokobani, Kokobezi, Kokobaha, Myrokos, even Mormo must wither before the onslaught of your combined thaumaturgy. Void Sent, perhaps some time is needed for my brothers to unlearn their ingrained inclinations. Meanwhile, I suggest you hurl yourself into the chasm of your studies. Your fearless thaumaturgy is a beacon to us all. Okay, do I want boots? Do I want gloves? Let's just go. Okay. They both have the same stats, so it's just, do I want hands or do I want... maybe boots. Maybe. Let's just go sounds okay, so that would be that. That's not too bad. Let's see. Plus 7 defense, plus 4 magic. It's 4. It's the same stats logistically. I think I'll go with the gloves then. Although the better head piece. These in the meantime, I've got same item level for all of this stuff. Ooh, what to pack? Decision paralysis. This is not a good thing. Logistically speaking, the hands and the feet being equal but I also don't have much in the way of heads, so having actually the head item means that I have a slightly better and then of course I have the weapon that just got upgraded. Okay, so back to Camp Drybone. To continue MSQ. Okay, so now let's continue with MSQ. Isambard. Hi, I'm Isambard, here to search for the missing folk, I take it. Minfili has sent word that an adventurer fitting your description would be along. She also warned us to be wary of the Amalja. It seems we know who the culprits are at the very least. Now, I bear no official title at this camp, but the people here have come to look to me for leadership. Yep. You have my word that I'll do all I can to help these victims safely returned. And Glamour Dispeller. Black prism absorbs magical light woven upon the glamour piece of equipment, thus dispelling the optical illusion. Be fairly warned that dies and company crests are also removed in the process. 203 of those. Level 17. Unsolved Mystery. Isambard of Camp Drybone is seeking help to solve a mystery of missing persons. Let us get right to it then. Minfilia names the Amalja culprits in all this. You would do well to investigate them first. Much harm has been levied on these lands by Amalja hands. The flames burn where they might, but their light cannot stay the darkness in all places at all times. There have been brutal murders of callers at the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Innocents wishing no more than to pay their respects to the dead. The poor souls deserve a proper burial. I would see to the deed before mongrels catch their scent. but I know not if the Amalja still linger. Would you secure their remains for me, friend? You will find them on the eastern road. 12 oiling, you may even come to learn something of what the Amalja seek in this area. Well, thank you to that kind person. True corpse. True corpse. It is good to see you returned. Were you able to secure the remains of our fallen? Yes, I have your corpses ripe. Okay, the poor souls have the poor soul appears to have been ravaged by an Amalja before setting to rot for several turns of the sun. With the bodies given back to the proper to the earth, the souls will find their way across to the other side. You have done a noble deed this day. I thank you. Now then, what of the Amalja? Did you see any? Surely such massive monstrosities as they cannot conceal their presence, much less take their quarry unawares. Ah, so there were Amalja remaining after all. I feared as much. Their part in the lowborn disappearing is all but confirmed, but I sense there is more to this than meets the eye. The occasional Amalja raiding party would not account for people going missing in these kinds of numbers, the total many. It would not surprise me in the least to learn of another hand in this. But whose? Countless travelers pass through Drybone every day, and even if it were one among them, how would we best discover who may be implicit in these vanishings? And Disciple War. We're gonna circle it with a Sunstone. 18 for all classes, or Eisenbard aims to turn this investigation to the common folk. What say we turn an eye to the common folk themselves? It may be among them that we find the reasons for these vanishings. 12 forbid it be so. There is a merchant by the name of Ungust, who was born here in Drybone and grew up in the Golden Bazaar. A rough character, but he knows the people here better than anyone else. I'd wager he's at the inn, quaffing away the day's earnings. Here I'll write a note for you to show him, else he's not like to speak to you. Well, gods be damned. You're that bloody adventurer who threatened me back in Olda. Oh, so that's your name. Oh boy. Threatening me back in Olda. What in the seven hells do you want with me now? Eisenberg's note, a few words scrawled in code by Eisenberg of Drybone. Dear friend, missing people, please help. Yours, Eisenberg. Folk around here are as wary as they come. They'll turn tail and run if you do so, run if you so much as pass wind nearby. Played them all for fools and coaxed some hard labor out of them, I did. If anything, they're even more timid than before. Or with all the disappearances. You can go and talk to them yourself if you don't believe me. I am beginning to be suspicious of you, August. Please, sir, just leave me be. Devious derelict. I've nothing to say but this. Fall take who, or whatever's been feeding off us low folk. Yeah, good sentiment. Petrified pauper. What do you want from me? I don't know anything. I swear. Please don't kill me. Well, that was useful. Just as I told you, wasn't it? The whole lot of them are terrified. Hick. There's been talk of folk getting abducted, but if you ask me, they simply up and moved on to a better place. This place isn't exactly Costa del Sol, if you know what I'm saying. I do not know what you're saying. Where is Costa del Sol? Welcome back, Myrokos. Have you learned aught of import? I see. I suppose I should have expected as much from August. Well, another thought occurred to me in your absence. The common folk are nothing if not fervent in their religious beliefs. Perhaps if they speak freely to their gods, then the clergy may know of something. Specifically for disciples of war or vitality intelligence. Probably get that one. And at this point it's just collecting what gear you think might be useful. A proper burial. Eisenberg would like you to learn what you can from the clergy. Given the fact that I've got something to handle these DPS magic, maybe I should get an item for this Cotton next. Or I can go for that, or ooh, I like blue. And again, this one's intended for all classes, although the war one is specifically meant to be for war jobs. So learn from the clergy. If we would know what the common folk speak of to their gods, we've no better place to ask than the Church of Saint Adama in Landama. It is a small and humble church found to the northwest of here. And so long as you are headed there, might I ask you deliver this embalmed corpse? A morbid request I grant you, but it must be borne to burial, and I trust none more than you to see it done. Seek out a man named Myrokos. He tends to the graves of the ledge yard. He will tell you where the body is to be interred. Okay. I am Myrokos. Yes. A body? Of course. There have been so many bodies of late. I apologize, sir. If you seek a place of burial, then there is an empty grave atop the ridge. Take the path and lay him to rest there. Okay. May they all walk in Thal's realm. What? Missing people? I'm afraid I cannot help you. But Mary's sister Arson can. Arson? Orson? I wonder how that's pronounced. She's been kind to me. Everyone has been so kind. I don't know why, though. Pardon me. You'll find Sister Orson within the church walls. I hear you have done us the service of burying a fallen soul. Please accept our gratitude and extend it to Isambard when next you see him. You seek knowledge of missing Drybone inhabitants. It is true I am closer to the people than any other of the Order. I confide in them, and they in me. When they wish to speak to their keeper, Thal, I am the medium through which they do. Should I learn of anything pertinent, I will be sure to share the information with you. I only wish Marquez would know, or would be more helpful in that matter. I pray he did nothing to offend. He saw terrible things during the calamity. His scars run deep. Indeed, he seems to now prefer the company of the dead over the living. While tragic, I fear such behavior ill befits the Church. I received word not long ago that one of our recent visitors, a man called Thancred, I believe, took offense at his conduct. I must have words with Marquez, and soon. Thank you, Myrokos. A burial is no easy thing, even when the departed is a stranger. Were you able to learn aught of the missing common folk? You've been keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you, Myrokos? That was a little janky. A pleasure, my dear Isambard. The name is Thancred, and I share a passion with you and our mutual friend here for learning what has become of these missing persons, and why. I too spoke with Ungust more times than I care to count. There seems to be some truth to this notion of the common folk speaking their secrets only to those in service to the gods. Prostration, prayer, penance, abject deeds done behind closed doors, away from prying eyes. Who better to take the pious unawares than she who takes confession, the good sister Orson herself? Orson? She wouldn't. She couldn't. Even the most beautiful of roses have thorns, my friend. And you would be wise to keep an eye on this rose. Still, the Lich Keeper Marquez. I'd swear to the 12 I've seen that face somewhere else before. Having a bit of a balance is good. For the children, Eisenbard is concerned about the questions surrounding Sister Orson's integrity. And that decides all kind of trousers. Yeah, probably get the common breaches, since I've got that already done. Eisenbard is concerned about the questions surrounding Sister Orson's integrity. Our Sister Orson, it cannot be. Though she is wont to travel to the Golden Bazaar on her own, it is not uncommon to see her speaking to the children, but no, it could not be she. Could it? I grow weary of these suspicions. I know there is one child in particular that she is fond of. Pray seek out the boy Myrokos and see if you cannot glean something from him about Orson's activities. So... Golden Bazaar, we have to go up there. Okay. Well met, traveler. Mighty interested in the truckable porter? Yeah, okay. So there. Please help. Sister Orson went out all on her own and hasn't come back. She always reads to me right here about Thal and the Order and the other side. I told her I lost my shiny thing and she went looking for it, but what if the monsters outside hurt her? Please find her. One minute, everyone, I'll be back. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry for that brief interlude. Just had to check on something. Rotting pikemen. Oh dear. You're the one from the church. Thank goodness you arrived when you did, yet again. You spoke with the child? Yes, well, I was able to find his lost trinket. It is a ring given to him by his mother before she passed. I will see it safely back to him. Sister Orson was attacked outside the Golden Bazaar. Gods forfend. I will secure a room at the inn for her should she require any rest. Searching for the mementos of an orphan, and risking her own well-being in the doing, no less? Certainly not the dastardly deeds Thancred would have us believe. Okay, Amalja, wrong places. Okay, I see the pun there. Yeah. Eisenberg seems to have a message for you from Thancred. I am well glad I reserved that inn room for Sister Orson. It seems she received greater injuries from her attackers than she initially let on. Thankfully, she is expected to make a full recovery. But now, on to the matter at hand. Thancred came looking for you once more. He left word that he will be waiting at the Amalja encampment near the southeast. I pray the two of you are able to uncover some evidence regarding these disappearances. So off we go. Ah, there you are, Myrokos. So good of you to come. Indeed, I've heard all about good Sister Orson. Eisenbart said her wounds were serious. It would seem my suspicions about the poor Rose were misplaced. But false though they were, perhaps my suspicions were not entirely without merit. Whilst following Sister Orson near the Golden Bazaar, a band of Amalja caught my eye. I tracked them as far as this encampment, but, well, let us say that I would much prefer to keep my distance and remain here. This, of course, brings me to why I requested you, dear Myrokos. Would you be so kind as to take a look inside? How charming. I'm the one that gets to go into the Amalja camp. Yay. Nice. Well, did anything tickle your fancy? There was this leaflet, a strange slip of parchment found at the Amalja encampment in eastern Thanalan. This leaflet See the wealth of Nald to the hands of your children. It looks to be some sort of assembly to provide the poor with work. The lettering, though, atrocious, is it not? And these bits about Nald Thal seem somewhat less than studied. I find it hard to believe one among the Order penned this. Pray take this to the inn at Camp Drybone. Let us see what Sister Orson makes of this. Now let us see what Sister Orson makes of this leaflet. My Savior comes again. To what do I owe the honor this day? Now what do you make of this? What is this? Blasphemous! These are not our teachings at all. This was not made by any true brother or sister of the Order. Of that I can assure you. Come to think of it, weeks ago the church was plagued by missing garments. Could someone be posing as a priest of the Order to deceive the people? The plot thickens, Myrokos. Our culprit pretends to be a priest to lend credence to his deception. There is no doubt an irony in there somewhere. But I suspect we have a worthy adversary on our hands. I shall consider how to best handle this. For now, tell Eisenberg what we have learned here. Posing as a priest, to think. These troubling notions aside, it is gratifying to finally be able to move this investigation forward. Thank you once again, Myrokos. I shall keep my ears and eyes open now more than ever. Dressed to deceive. Eisenberg wants to help you identify and apprehend the false priest. I'm afraid I have not seen any unusual activity nor any at this camp. Given nor have any at this camp given me cause to doubt them. But unless we can identify the culprit, and soon, more innocents will fall victim. Do not despair just yet, my friend. An idea occurs to me. Our suspect has been posing as a priest, using leaflets bearing false promises to lure the poor. Let Myrokos and me serve by posing as impoverished souls in need of succor. Ah, I dare to hope that this will yield us the answers we seek. It will be a dangerous undertaking, but you two are more than capable of looking after yourselves. I'm next to useless in a battle, but I can supply the garments for the disguise. These old tunics and slops should serve your needs. So long as you don't mind the smell and the stains. These will serve very well. You have my thanks. Listen, Myrokos. So as to lay the foundation of our little ploy, we must make it widely known that more vagrants have arrived at the camp and are desperate for coin. To this end, I want you to don the old garments Eisenberg has lent us and beg for work around the camp. Before long, the false priest should catch wind and approach us. Hi. Hi, Autumn. How you doing? And you are? Another refugee by the looks of you. The immortal flames neither work nor have neither work nor coin for your like. Be gone, and see to it you don't make a nuisance of yourself. Well, it's good to see that the disguise works. I preach the teachings of Azima, the warden. Hast thou come to partake of the honey of her wisdom? Azima is the keeper of the sun and the goddess of inquiry. All is laid bare beneath the light of her divine countenance. Open thy heart to this light, needy child, and thou shalt want for naught till the end of days. Greetings, good sir. Is there aught I might assist you with? I'm looking for a job. Oh, I don't believe there is. I'm afraid our wares are very expensive. Mayhap you should rejoin your fellows out at the pond north of Sandgate. What is it? Gods, not again. Look, being poor doesn't give you the right to pester whomever you like. Why don't you keep with your own kind out by that muddy pond of yours at Drybone? So we're being pointed towards a pond. Okay. And I was about to get to the good part. Looking for work, you say. Sorry, but we don't have any openings. Now get out of here so I can finish my story. You have quite a knack for being a nuisance, Myrokos. The camp is abuzz with talk of newly arrived vagrants. And though we were unable to attract our wayward transgressor, we were able to learn that the poor have a commune by the pond north of Sandgate, to the east of here. The eyes of the authorities do not reach that place, rather ideal for spiriting away hapless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kindly priest to come and offer us aid and comfort. Needless to say, you'll need to remain in disguise. Now you're in disguise. A fine morning to for catching false priests, wouldn't you say? You look absolutely smashing, Myrokos, positively dressed for deception. And all that's left then is to wait for our quarry to appear. Oh, you poor, unfortunate souls. This is no way for men to live. No way at all. Who are you? What do you want? Be at ease, child, for I mean you no harm. I am a priest of the Order of Noldthal, and I come to offer you succor. This leaflet bears the teachings of Nold. Trust to them, and they will surely set you free from the shackles of penury. A tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. On account of that atrocious performance, you would have made a god's awful mummer, Ungust. What? How did you know? You bastards tricked me. Please don't hurt me. I was only doing it to protect my people. Is that so? Do continue. Very well. I am a man of the Golden Bazaar, raised there, if not born. Some moons ago the Amalja raids began. They would appear sudden as a sandstorm and plunder and pillage at will. Our defenders couldn't stand against them, few as they were. Everyone lived in fear. I wanted to save my people, but being a merchant was all I knew, and so I did the only thing a merchant could. I approached the Amalja in the hopes of brokering a deal. In return for sparing the Golden Bazaar, they made demands. outrageous ones. Demands? Of what kind, pray tell? First of all, they wanted the schedule for crystal shipments from the Nanawa mines. For this, I bribed one of the workers to leak me the information. Next, they wanted me to bring them people, so I posed as a priest to lure the vulnerable and give them over to the Amalja. I didn't have a choice. Protecting one's home is a noble thing, but at the cost of innocence? You could have sought the aid of the immortal flames, yet you did not. I suspect you are not telling me the full story. What made you sell out your own people? Speak! The was good. What did you say? The coin was good, I said. I could sell mole meat for a score of lifetimes and not even see a fraction of what the Amalja pay me. You sacrificed innocence so that you could line your own pockets. Words fail to express the contempt I feel for you. Spare me your contempt. If you want to blame someone for the mess the world's in, then blame yourselves or the gods. Ah, not you again. Were you the one leaking the Immortal Flames patrol routes to the enemy as well? Spit it out. No, I know nothing about that, I swear it. At this stage, I'm rather disinclined to believe aught that leaves your mouth. But no matter, there will be time enough to learn the truth. Myrokos, be a good man and take word of these developments to Minfilia, would you? I shall praise everything I can out of this film. The abductees are still somewhere out there. Our foremost priority is to rescue them. Let us see. Horizon. Welcome back, Myrokos. I am pleased that you and Thancred have been getting along. I see. You have done well to uncover the truth. My thanks for the report. As Thancred said, we must ascertain where the abducted were taken, and none but the Imalja know the answer. Suffice it to say, they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before all is said and done. Minfilia would... okay, life, materia, and everything. Minfilia would like you to meet a distinguished individual. Though we seek a peaceful resolution to the primal problem, we must needs be ready to fight for our cause. That you might take to the field suitably prepared, I would have you meet with a goblin acquaintance of mine. His name is Mutimex Bubblypots. And he is a scholar of no small repute. Mutimex is renowned for having introduced a revolutionary method of enhancing equipment to Eorzea. The knowledge of this method was once a closely guarded secret, but thanks to Mutimex and his students, it has now been disseminated to the great benefit of all the realm. It would serve you well to acquire an understanding of this process. For this purpose, I shall lend you a blade. Take it to Mutimex and bid him use it to demonstrate his craft to you. Mutimex is ever to be found at his camp in Central Thanalan, a place known as the Bonfire. Look for a pillar of smoke and the way will become clear. I just need to get some water, and I'll be right back. And I'm back. Yeah, sorry for that lengthy intercession. What I had to step away for was taking longer than I had thought it would. Chocobo Cape. And let me see. Yeah, I can sell. Oh, that's crafting tiles. That's not what I'm after. So that was just to go and unlock one of the side dungeons to help with leveling. Not that my character at this point needs it, but you never know. In the meantime, actually, let me see if I can get a chocobo ride. just got turned around there for a moment. Who is Uplander coming to tentering of Myrokos bubbly pots? Minfilia's dagger. This plain dagger has absolutely no defining characteristics except that the hilt does smell quite nice. Fighty tool drinks an airy self. When full of airy self, Fighty tool changes to stony shine. Name of materia. If materia join with other Fighty tool, then Big Eyes. Fighty tool gains power of airy self. Myrokos is reckoning that Uplander is friend of Minfilia. Yep. Yes, tongue flaps reach ears of Myrokos with fastness. Minfilia wants Uplander to see power of materia. Uplander brings Fighty tools to Myrokos, yes? Fighty tool is unstrung as eating tool. Make good teacher show of power of materia. The material master. Now, eyes of Uplander point at Fighty tool, yes? Materia join with Fighty tool. Fighty tool gains power of materia. Fighty tool reborn. Here, Uplander, take Fighty tool to Minfilia. Materia, strictly speaking, is a kind of crystal. It is created by drawing out the etheric constituents from a piece of equipment and then crystallizing them. Not just any old equipment will serve, mind you. It must have sufficient spirit bond, that being a measure of how fully an item has been imbued with its owner's spirit. When you attach a piece of materia to gear, you imbue the host item with its power. That's how Master Myrokos turned that dagger of yours from summit that would have struggled to cut steak into a weapon worth wielding. Uplander wishes to be joiner of materia, then Uplander best fill brain case with knowings of crafty making. With knowings of crafty making, Uplander can become joiner of materia. If Uplander wants brain case to rattle with knowings of materia, Uplander best trade tongue flaps with learning ones of Myrokos. I currently am not a crafter, therefore, I don't know how useful that stuff would be right now, but it's good to know that that's the case. Deliver material enhanced dagger to Minfidia. Welcome back, Myrokos. I trust your visit to the bonfire proved fruitful. Materia enhanced dagger. The once ordinary dagger now made special with the wonders of materia. Ah, what a remarkable difference a single piece of materia can make. Granted, the skills needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired, but one need only look upon the results to realize such efforts are worthwhile. I am sure you are aware the quality of one's equipment can be the difference between victory and death. Materia may well give you the edge you need, Myrokos, so make it your ally. Now it is time we discuss the matter of your next mission. Pray speak with me when you are ready to begin. And that's a level 18 weapon, and I have a level 26 weapon. I can save that for another class, I think. If I do another job, I can save that. Uh-oh. Well, I smell a barbecue. Lord of the Inferno, Minfilia would like you to assist the Immortal Flames. And as a result, I'll get a bracelet that is, let me just check it on. Is indeed item level wise better than the first ones. Okay. Word has arrived from Thancred concerning our ongoing investigation. It appears he was able to extract some information from our friend Ungust, the false priest. He revealed that he is due to meet with the Amalja to discuss their dealings. The Immortal Flames believe that the meeting will present an ideal opportunity to ambush and capture the Amalja responsible for the abductions, and so they mean to have Ungust attend as planned. As the Amalja are anticipated to offer fierce resistance, the Immortal Flames have requested our support. I would have you provide them, Myrokos. Thancred is presently attending to another matter, but will soon join you as quickly as he is able. Until such time as he does, you will be the Scion's sole representative on the ground. Before he left, he bade me tell you to save some for him. Such is his confidence in you, a confidence I share. When you have made ready, pray take yourself to Camp Drybone and report to the Flame Sergeant leading the mission. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Let me just go to Olda and see if I can get some chicken meat for the meme. Because Inferno, chicken. Blasted, I can't find chicken. Do I dare? Ah! Oh, if I really need to, I can get 4. I just need 1. For the meme. I mean, if I want to do okay, fine. There. I have my chicken. Is that something about getting retainer? hire a retainer. Okay. I thought I got, like, I only got one? Okay. I'm gonna trust that too. Okay, so there's that. Okay, so I have a retainer now. Put the flame subject camp drive on. Okay, Flame Sergeant. You're Myrokos Tia of the Scions. My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture Amalja and prize from them the whereabouts of the abductees. The lizard men aren't aware that their man Ungust has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous point to meet the traitor, we'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, so we requested the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much and more of the Amalja plot. If the mission succeeds, Myrokos, let's make sure it does. Okay, let me just go into the HUD, because all the notices is technically, they're like, it is in principle, it's aligned, I hate that it's not. I want to see if I can, like, hopefully that makes it a little bit more we'll see what that does. Okay, so to go towards the rendezvous spot. Is the bait in place? Our man is in position, sir. Good. We make our move as soon as the Amalja appear. Yes, sir. What? What is the meaning of this? Wait, something's amiss. Hehehe. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I eluded the Immortal Flame's clutches for moons before finally being caught. Did you not wonder how I managed it? 'Twas almost as if someone was feeding him information from the inside. Aye, your every movement was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. Stupid fly. I can do it. On him, I need to focus. Put up your weapon, or your comrade's a dead man. Behind you. Bring him. The rest of you, march. Traitor scum. They're going to kill us, aren't they? Gods, I don't want to die. I want to go home. The lizardmen marched us to their stronghold. They're preparing for something, and I for one do not want to be around when they finish. I fear the Amalja mean to give us to their god as an offering. If I must die, then let me die a soldier's death, with steel in hand. The lizards claim they will soon bring us before Ifrit for tempering. You are not seriously considering locking horns with the devil now, are you? Inquire about machines. They say no one who enters the bowl of embers leaves with their minds intact. Why do you think you will fare any better? Listen well. These waters feed into the marshes of dry bone. A short swim will see us to freedom. However, if all of us attempt to flee, we are like to be discovered. You alone must sneak out and assemble a rescue party. Once you've won free, seek out our comrade stationed at Drybone. He will show you the way back here. May the 12 speed your way. Okay, let's see. I don't want leveling roulette. What I want is ball of embers. Yeah. Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. O mighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servants beseech you, grace us with your divine presence. O mighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know not your Godhead. If it please you, Lord, scorch their heathen skulls with your cleansing flame, and mark them as your own. Bloody hells, bring those too as well. What's going on? This ain't what we agreed. None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit. No, spare me, I beg you. Pitiful children of man, by my breath I claim you. Arise once more as my loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn. O mighty Ifrit, my one true God. Your words are my bread. Impossible! By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Could it be? Your soul already belongs to another. Yes, that is the only explanation. Forsooth, thy frail mortal frame can serve as a vessel to the blessing of but one. Yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxeth clear. Thou art of the godless blessed's number. The paragons warned of thine abhorrent kind. Thine existence is not to be suffered. And here we go. crystal. Okay, hopefully that's going somewhere. Pray forgive my lateness. I was delayed by a congregation of Amalja zealots. I swear each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent lot. Phew. I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time extracting the captives, no less than I'd expect from the Flame General's hand-picked men. As for those two, it is fair to say their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology, Myrokos. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would never have left you to face it alone. You have been given a veritable baptism of fire. But let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surrounds. Camp Drybone, shall we say? This way, sir. So that was the mighty Ifrit. And what a disappointment he was. The readings are nowhere near what I had anticipated, even taking old Dawn interference into account. You should know better than to rely upon 5-year-old data left with the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland. Given the troubles at court, we have only ourselves to rely upon. Ever the pessimist, my dear Livia. Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. That meter of yours is too old to give any reading worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn for it to read, but I take your point. I suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. Yet I find that I am troubled by that adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps, but that is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority. I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. With allies like that, beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. Alright, so ends the Bowl of Embers. Ah, there you are, Myrokos. Come rest a while. You will have no better opportunity after witnessing their god's ignominious defeat. The Amalja will be less inclined to risk our wrath, for a time, at least. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. I arrived too late to be of any use to you or the abductees. They may be whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds, for once a man is tempered, but it ill suits me to dwell on the negatives. Amidst all our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, and by your hand, no less. That is the deed of no ordinary individual, Myrokos. Not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you have the potential to shape the fate of this realm. What can I say? My fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Minfilia will be proud beyond all reckoning when she hears of your deeds. I trust you shan't object to my bearing the tidings to her. That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. You, meanwhile, have earned yourself a rest. Take some time to relax and return to the Waking Sands when you are good and ready. We can discuss matters in more detail then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. Okay, so that is Ifrit. And now... I suppose I could unlock the Halatalai dungeon. And then go back to the Waking Sands. And I can't wait to unlock mounts. Yeah. Unavailable at this time. I can't wait to have that unlocked. actually, why don't I just use a Vesper Bay ticket? It gets me directly there. But I need to turn in quest. Need to work on MSQ. That was Autumn again. Still complaining about my constantly being... the triumphant hero returns. Tancred told us the news upon his arrival. He is presently in the Solar, giving a full report to Lady Minfilia. You should join them at once. Lady Minfilia is most eager to see you. My late arrival nearly cost Myrokos his life. I wasn't there when the Amalja took him prisoner. And I wasn't there when they served him to Ifrit. Yet by some miracle he survived. But that does not excuse the fact that he should never have had to face such dangers alone. I failed him utterly. Just as I am failing you all. You think too little of yourself, Thancred. What's done is done, Thancred. You can ill blame yourself for every... Myrokos, it is so good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I had just finished regaling Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You have done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet a part of me believes that I had no cause to fear. And now we can put paid to our long investigation. As we suspected, the Amalja undertook both the robbery and the abductions, with the aim of summoning their primal Ifrit. Nor is this tale limited to Ul'dah. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume ether if they are to maintain their presence here. And if the stronger they become, the more ether they require. Now, ether exists throughout creation. It flows through all life and permeates the very air we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated source of ether, crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be tracked back to a primal. Which leaves us with the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well with the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of ether. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering. These cries serve as a beacon toward which a primal's essence is irresistibly drawn, It is this coming together or etheric coalescence which grants the being's physical form. Once born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their god becomes. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence as their adherents freely give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. Yet even as Ifrit took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. This is thanks to the power you possess, the Echo. We know not the why of it, but those blessed with the Echo are immune to the primal's influence. It is as though a great power protects us. When first you came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you now begin to see why. The recent incidents all share a common trait: meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is one of relief at your safe return. The immortal flames assured me they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite, Myrokos. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn the identity of the hero who felled Ifrit, I fear you will have nary a moment to yourself. Whether she intended to or no, Minfilia neglected to tell you something. Something I think would be best you heard from one of us. It concerns the tempered abductees that were rescued. I am sorry to report that they are to be put to death, the flames with whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information must not be made known to the public. I swear to you that we would not do this if there were any other recourse, but once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His every existence lends strength to the primal whom he cannot choose but worship. And so we Scions continue our fight, that no more innocents need be sacrificed. I hope that you will continue to stand with us, Myrokos. But I should be going. I must offer apologies to the Flame General for the losses his people suffered. Till next time. Gods forgive me, how many more lives? Louisoix would never have allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. A hero in the making. Minfilia is wearing a wry smile. Might it have something to do with your newfound fame? Until not so very long ago, you were but one of the many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzea. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter, you traveled the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward, confirming to Thancred that the Signs would benefit from your aid. And no sooner had you joined us than you personally bested the Primal Ifrit. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in doing so. Alas, fame does not come without a price, as you will soon discover. We have guests, Myrokos. Or rather, you have guests. Beg pardons. Ah, Lady Minfilia, radiant as always. I am given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I am here on behalf of the Maelstrom, Grand Company of Limsa Lominsa, to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. As you can see, Myrokos, your recent exploits have garnered you the attentions of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have Ifrit's bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. They would not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard for you. I find myself wondering how word of Myrokos' deeds spread so quickly, that the immortal flames should know of his triumph is to be expected, but what of the other grand companies? Uh-oh. Your reputation precedes you, Master Tia. 'Tis no ordinary man who can face a primal and emerge the victor. The Order of the Twin Adder has need of valiant men like yourself. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure that peace ever reigns over the Twelveswood. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you, Master Tia. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing terms. Why, even before you aided us against the Imaja and their dread primal, yours was already a respected name in Ul'dah. Our people know you and love you well. A man of your talent belongs with the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for Ul'dah. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said you have the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, friend. It is only natural that we should want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and together we shall see the grand vessel of Limsa Lominsa to the shores of glory. Oh my. Lady Minfilia? Very well. Though I am quite sure you need no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help to clarify your thoughts on this matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa Lominsa, Twin Adder of Gridania, and Immortal Flames of Ul'dah. Serving a grand company means serving the nation to which it belongs. You will be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which may well prove useful to you in your other endeavors. If you are agonizing over which of the grand companies best deserves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need not be permanent. Should you wish to shift your allegiance at a later date, you are entitled to do so, and yet, I concede that is no small choice you face. A thought occurs to me. You will of course recall that the 3 city-states are planning to hold a remembrance service. Well, as part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each grand company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help you make an informed decision. What do you say, my dear officers? A fine suggestion. You are as wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well. Let Myrokos hear our leaders speak, then return here with his decision. We eagerly await your answer. I know full well what adventurers are by their nature, a liberty-loving breed and not best suited to the discipline of military service, but I strongly urge you to join a grand company nonetheless. While the promise of reward is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, Myrokos, and with it you are capable of doing untold good. Yet know that great power is wont to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those who will wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet, however vigilant you are but one man. In the midst of a grand company, however, you will be one amongst many, a friend amongst friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we will continue to rely upon your aid. The 12 know that we will have need of it in the days to come. The grand companies seek to protect their own nations. We scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. Now then, I expect that you will be afield more often in the future. As such, I would have you carry this link pearl with you at all times. It will allow us to stay in touch regardless of location. Eorzea is changing, Myrokos, and you have the power to shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught we cannot achieve. Now it is time you made ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak with Tataru. She will apprise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. Whoa, who to peck? Who to peck? Yeah. here. Just a few people having moved around. I'm sorry about all the attention you're getting, Myrokos. I might have sung your praises a little too loudly, and often to a few too many people. Next time I'll be sure to hold my tongue. Literally, if necessary. Anyway, I expect you want to know where and when the remembrance services are taking place. If all goes according to plan, Gridania's Grand Company, the Order of the Twin Adders, will hold the first of the 3 services, and the Elder Seedseer, Kane Sana, will deliver her address at Mikoto's amphitheater. I should probably mention at this point that due to the organizational challenges involved in assembling all of the involved parties, it is possible that the order of the services might change. Still, there's not much we can do about that, so make Gridania your first port of call. Next, you'll need to go to Ul'dah, where Flame General Raban will be addressing the masses at the Royal Promenade. Oh, and it's rumored there's to be a special guest. How exciting. Last but not least, you must make your way to the stateroom in Limsa Lamensa, where the Maelstrom Chief Admiral Merolib will be giving her address. The room is accessible via the Admiral's lift. Identify yourself to the Sentry Xanthale, and he will admit you. Got that? Well, off you go then. I hope you find the remembrance services suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order, though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, the schedule may well change in favor of your preferred travel plans. Farewell. But who to pick?
I lost my son to the calamity.
The 3 Seedseers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body. Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelveswood. Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. "5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk
pox
the
on the
high
bloody
roads without
Ixal.
fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children!
Woods will be done!
It's up to us to protect the
For all
forest!
the elementals! If you'll permit me, Alfie No. And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
Oh my god, you can hear the smugness in his voice. The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with 2 beast tribes. The Exile are unquestionably more troublesome, being of a naturally warlike disposition, and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. The Selfs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians. Until recently, at least. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the same time they summoned the primal Rama, or Ramu, I think. So to pronounce it. The Gridanians have no love of war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Exile ever more regularly, you may be assured they do so in self-defense. As for the Selfs, they are as yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it is broken. The Twelvewood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Exile will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to all-out war, and when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. What's wrong on him? How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them then? So, to Uldar or to Limsa? Where should I go next? Now let's follow the list then.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanimo herself!
And Roban as well!
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore.
Hurrah! Roban!
Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Naldal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Uldar!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Uldar stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you! Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Uldar, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Uldar. As Uldar prospers, so shall her people.
Ja, for Uldar!
Together we are one.
Your Grace.
Rauban? People of Uldar, I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Uldar. Yet those who measured that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Uldar, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn! Forsooth!
The time is now!
I fancy meeting you again.
The Uldans have a long history of conflict with the Amalja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. The Uldans do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So have they dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Uldar has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It had been observed that the Amalja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Uldans send their forces to smite the primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is bought with blood. It is a war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder then that the immortal flames are eager to recruit more members. At such a desperate hour, an adventurer of your expertise would be most welcome addition to their ranks. For their sake, I hope the Flame General's words struck a chord with you. They certainly were rousing, don't you think? And now to Limsa. Here to attend the remembrance service. Be quick, the Admiral's due to give her address at any moment.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. "700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Ah, yeah, ah, ha, ha, yeah, ha.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The crimson field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Garlean Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners, and together we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishback
The Sahagin have risen?
While the mines of Ogomoro spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Garlean Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the Calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard, and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves, till sea swallows all!
Long live the Admiral!
Admiral Melvin!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
I'll follow ye to the seven hells, Admiral!
Fancy meeting you again.
As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limsa Laminsa is plagued by two beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sahagin, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth, and take the primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Laminson's backyard. And that is to say naught of the internal strife as a nation of pirates. There is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions, and while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blades and watch. If the Laminsons are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences between... Autumn, you just stepped on my keyboard. Sorry about that. To this end, I expect that they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words. The Maelstrom standard will be drenched a deeper shade of crimson ere long. A capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. Please don't stand on keyboards. Myrokos, this is Minfilia. You are well, I hope. Would it be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service has now concluded? Yes. A moment ago, you just say. What a coincidence. Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies. Well, delighted though we are to have them here at the Waking Sands, it would no doubt it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. Okay. So... So who do you think I should pack? I mean, out of the three of them, Roban seemed the most enthusiastic of the three. Welcome back, Myrokos. Were the Grand Company leader's words as illuminating as you had hoped? Kind of, but fairly bland altogether. Aye, each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you, Myrokos. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the company officers your answer.
The gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral Era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alize, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady!
We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Okay, but, who to choose? Which do you think? Of all of them, the Maelstrom seemed to me to be the weakest of the offers. I'll just go with the flame because Robon. Welcome back, adventurer. I take it Robon's words kindled a fire within you. Excellent. I feared that the incident with the traitor may have soured your opinion of us. It gladdens me to see that isn't the case. But before we can count you as one of our own, you must be formally inducted into our ranks. Please proceed to the Hall of Flames and identify yourselves to the personnel officer. I will notify him of your coming. With your strength joined to ours, we shall surely prevail over our enemies and be they beastmen or Imperials. What brings you to the Hall of Flames this day, adventurer? And here's Myrokos. I thought as much. You are just as our man from the Waking Sands described. It is an honor to meet you, sir. Now, in order to formalize your... Sir... Speak, Private. Imperials, sir. They fired on a High-Wind Skyways airship. Scouts say she's come down to the west, near Horizon's edge. Bloody hells, of all the times for this to happen. Myrokos, there's no time for formalities. The Immortal Flames need your help now. We're in the midst of a large-scale operation against the Amalja, and we have no one to spare in Western Thanalan. You must get to that airship before the Garlands do. If there are any survivors, they see that they do not come to further harm. Now go. Okay, so now we go to Horizon's Edge. Okay. Alright, it's time to disband the party. An adventurer? What are you doing out here? No, wait. Let's find some cover first. The Immortal Flames sent you. How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. Are you all right, sir? Our scouts reported the attack on your craft. We've come to rescue you. Myrokos, yes? Glad to have you with us. I've not seen a craft of this design before. That traitor Garland has been busy. The secrets of Magitech are ours by right. They are not to be squandered upon the savages of this land. We are taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must, and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. They mean to take the ship back to Castra Meridianum, along with your friend. Wedge, you have to help him. That fool of a Lalafell was hiding inside the tiny Bronco. Nice looking ship, though not the best place to have taken shelter, I agree. It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity. The first since Master Garland, well, since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight. And she was soaring. She really was, till those bastards blasted her out of the sky. We attack on my command. Kill them quickly, save the Lalafell if possible. Is that clear, Myrokos? Show them what becomes of those who play with fire. Charge. We're under attack. To arms. Biggs! Wedge, you shouldn't have stayed with the ship. That was a close one. Too damn close. So how's she look anyway? The auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne. A few minor modifications and we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco back home. The Imperials will come looking for their scouts, but we can defend this position until the engineers leave. You should go, Myrokos. You still have unfinished business to attend at the Hall of Flames. You're not quite one of us yet, though anyone who'd seen you in action today would be forgiven for thinking otherwise. I, just wanted to say sorry, you know, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Got that one wrong, didn't I? Seriously, though, if it hadn't been for you and the Immortal Flames lads, we'd be chained up in a dungeon by now. I'm in your debt, my friend. We both are. Wedge. Thank you. We're very grateful. Gee, the bitrate has been going wonky for the entire stream. At least it's mostly stabilized. If you like what you've seen, why don't you give a follow to the channel, that way you're notified when I go live next time. Welcome back, Myrokos. Word of your deeds in the field reached me not long ago. Exemplary service. Rest assured that Garland Ironworks engineers are fine. They were able to get the vessel back in the air before the Imperial reinforcements arrived. Your willingness to assist us on such short notice is to be commended. Clearly, your reputation is well deserved. Now then, I believe we have some unfinished business to discuss. Shall we continue from where we left off and induct you into the Immortal Flames? Yes. For coin and country, the personnel officer stands ready to complete your induction into the ranks. Are you ready, Myrokos? Then let us begin. Myrokos, you stand poised to enter a sacred trust. The flames of Ul'dah burn bright, casting light where there is dark, and purging evil wheresoever it lurks. We are ever ready to meet the nation's enemies in battle, be they beastmen, garlands, or worse. And at a word from Flame General Rabban Alden, we would gladly lay down our lives to maintain the peace and prosperity of Ul'dah. To join our ranks, you must forsake all other nations. Only then may you commit yourself to the fire and be reborn as an immortal flame. Burn as one of us, Myrokos, and together we shall chase the darkness from Ul'dah. Will you swear an oath to mark this occasion? My sword belongs to Ul'dah. What skills I have now belong to Ul'dah. I will follow the Flame General unto death. Ha! The Flame General would lead the van in every battle if he could. 'Twouldn't surprise me if you had the chance to fight by his side one day. Very well. Resolve your resolve is plain. Myrokos, I hereby confer upon you the rank of Flame Private 3rd Class. Welcome to the Immortal Flames, Private. May you fight to the last for coin and country. Can you hear me, Myrokos? This is Minfilia. An officer of the Immortal Flames contacted me with the news of your enlistment. My congratulations, Private Tia. I have no doubt that you are eager to make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you are now a flame of Ul'dah, you are no less a sign. Pray return to the waking sands at your earliest convenience. There are some friends here whom I would very much like you to meet. We shall be waiting. It seems your presence is required elsewhere. But before you leave, perhaps you could find a moment to speak with Commander Swift. He is not one to see new recruits go into the field unprepared. You may now accept the quest My Little Chocobo Immortal Flames by speaking with Commander Swift. This quest must be completed in order to proceed to the end of the main scenario for Iran Reborn. My Little Chocobo, Immortal Flames. Swift believes you should get yourself a chocobo. Private Tia, yes, a moment of your time, if you please. You wish to carry out your duties swiftly, do you not? Well then perhaps you should get yourself a chocobo. If you're interested, the Immortal Flames will furnish you with one. It is not a complex process, but it does require some paperwork. First, speak with the quartermaster to obtain a Flame Chocobo issuance. You'll need to exchange company seals in order to do so. Once you've received your issuance, show it to Mugen at the Gate of Nald. He'll be the one to furnish you with a bird. Need 200 seals. And yeah, no company sales just yet. Okay, so I think with that I'll call it a night. If you were watching this live, thank you for joining me. If you're watching this on YouTube, please make sure to follow me on Twitch so you can see when I next go live for the next part of this live stream. If you liked what you saw at any point, please give the Twitch channel a follow. If you're seeing this on YouTube, please hit like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you anon.